If I sacrifice a goat, can we get an option to turn off scrolling combat text? For better or worse, goat sacrifices have no effect on me. So I'm probably not. Probably not. Why is Feign Death trash? Because it has not been fixed yet. The good news is I agree that it's trash, so at least there's that. Puny Magus, thank you so much for that message. That's awesome to hear. Awesome. Did we see that Narc rage quit AOC? I did. I popped into Narc's stream a couple of times last week, week before, I think, leading up to Christmas time. And I know that Pantheon is not really, I don't think anyway. I think Narc would enjoy Pantheon a lot more than he thinks that he would. But I understand that there's a lot of things in the way of just the experience being at the point where I think he would feel comfortable to give it a little bit more time. All that being said, one of my goals in life as a developer of Pantheon, as someone who's starting to stream more and kind of be in this space a little bit, is it does not matter to me how negative somebody is towards Pantheon. Like, that doesn't bother me. It doesn't make me upset. It just makes me curious, it ultimately, to know what are the ingredients that make them feel that way. And I got to say, the last couple of interactions I had with Narc on his stream were really cool. Like, I really enjoyed it. And he's somebody that I actually honestly enjoy watching, you know, when he's into what he's doing. So anyway, we'll see. Be cool to see him playing more, but I'm at least glad that he's doing something that, you know, more like what he seems to enjoy and doesn't feel bound to, you know, any particular thing anymore. So that's cool. It was cool to see. Ian and Joppa just recorded a Rogue video, but dropped in to say, hey. Hello, Chris Rosen. Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing good today. I am doing well. Thank you for that. And I look forward to seeing some more videos from you, Chris Rosen, because they've got some really cool production value to them. I like them. Heard you're going to talk about Druid, my class to be. We will talk about Druid a little bit more today. Yeah. Yes, indeed. Greedy7, Shadowhawk, JK Gamble, and Jamoso Tops. Thank you so much for the follows. Thank you all for being here and hanging out. Also, Maniac with the 5 gifted, Jadion with the 5 gifted, and Dougie Fresh with the 5 gifted. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. W gifted subs and ads blasting. Thank you guys. Truly. End of Line and Donato, thank you guys for being here. Thanks for the follows. Yo, Ghostly Gopher, good to see you, man. JK Gamble, Joppa really enjoying Pantheon. Keep up the hard work. Oh, we will. Oh, we are. Sup, Joppa, good lord, have been having so much fun in game. Nice. Tarataya, that's awesome to hear. Thanks for sharing that. That's what we like to hear. Itorzikski, Joppa, when are Necropets going to be useful for something other than getting hit twice and doing negative DPS? I mean, when you put it that way, that sounds pretty useful to me. Itorzikski. Itorzikski. That's a fun name to say. Necros need some love. Not going to deny it. They need some love. Every class needs a little bit of love. Some more than others. But we're getting there. MC term, nice. Good. Good to hear it. Be careful in there. I hear Houndier Cave can be a little rough. Can be a little dangerous. Bjorn to be wild. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Roadmap win. I do not have an ETA on it yet, but the goal is this month. The goal is this month. Enchanter Charm, please, when it's ready. Charm is the kind of thing, and remember, it's not just Enchanter Charm. I mean, they're the ones that benefit from it the most, but with Charm comes Necromancer Undead Charm, comes Druid Animal Charm, potentially, Shaman, potentially with a smaller form of Animal Charm, things like that. So once Charm is unleashed on into Terminus, if it's not ready, meaning if it's not balanced, if it's not constrained, particularly in kind of there's a lot of surrounding mechanics that come with Charm, right? It's not just you charm something and then how powerful is the thing that you charmed and how effective is the one-to-one charm going to be. It's also how do NPCs interact with charmed NPCs? And if charm breaks early, what do those two NPCs do? And if you die or you leash and the thing is charmed, how does the faction reset itself? And that's more the stuff that we're wanting to kind of put through the paces so that we don't end up, more than anything else, so that it doesn't end up breaking content, because of these little... That's the hard thing about introducing new game mechanics, is that there are often so many little connecting layers that you don't necessarily see until you get it out there. And so we want to try to get as much of that under control as we can. Are gnomes potentially on a next roadmap? I would think so, because gnomes are the next race that I want us to do, the next race that I want us to implement. So yeah, they should have a place on the roadmap. Yeah. Volizden with the Prime and the 3 months of support. Thank you so much, Volizden. Trace 2482, thank you as well for the Prime sub. Appreciate that, guys. Dragon at Rest, Rots, and Crazy Mountain Goat. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for being here. Throwing Dagger soon. Relatively, I would say. Definitely not forgotten. Any plans for another AVOS or EU server? Potentially. We are looking at how we want to handle kind of the server situation. The game is growing. The population of players are growing steadily. We have had, the growth is real, and it's kind of amazing. So we're making some of those decisions right now. We're in the process of discussing and making some of those decisions. So stay tuned on that. Yeah, Tobruk, the Celis creepers are no joke. And they are exactly as intended. They're meant to be super easy to do away with, but man, if you don't pay attention to them, if you let them linger for any length of time, they will absolutely chew you up. Are we getting hard capped on capacity with the new peak numbers? Well, yeah, so we set the 500 player cap on servers. We set that purely as a content protection, kind of content buffer number, because as the game is still growing, we didn't want thousands of players vying for the same, half a continent's worth of content. So that 500 cap absolutely is getting hit, and then as we roll out new ones, it's getting hit. So we're discussing how we want to handle that. Yeah, and I don't want to say anything about it yet, just because we don't I want to have a better sense of tech wise, how they're kind of coalescing all the feedback and the different potential options that we have, and once they have a better read on what they would like to do and what they think is best, then I can talk about it a little bit more. So, Worky Finn with the Prime sub. Thank you so much, Worky Finn. Demok with the Tier 1 sub and the 2 months of support. Thank you so much, Demok. Hecatat, thank you as well for the Prime. Really appreciate it, guys. Glowmancer, Armadillos with the follows. Thank you for being here and hanging out. Is it intended for buffs to drop when the ability is removed from the hotbar? Yes, it is intended as of right now because it's part of our current limited action set or limited ability set where you have to keep, you only have a set amount of options of abilities you can have active and usable at one time, and that ability set is meant to be meaningful. So if you want to have a buff active and usable, you need to keep that buff on your bar. If you take it off, then the effects of that buff are also going to go away. So that being said, it's one of many things that needs to be improved, at least in how it presents itself to the player so that they understand what's going on. If we want to make it more, eventually transition it more to like a concentration type mechanic where you're more clearly like able to maintain these effects as you have them memorized and kind of at the ready. It's one of many things that needs to be better portrayed, but it is intended as of right now. It's not a bug. Flair, thank you so much for the follow. Uthgarius, Aoiko, and Rizzler. Thank you for the follows. Thanks for being here and hanging out. 2 words, Wizards Portals. Wizard Portals. Yes, the modifier keys. Oh my goodness. Yes. I have the well, I shouldn't say that. I don't want to claim something that I shouldn't claim, but I have a pretty weird hotkey layout. I use ESDF instead of WASD. Wasn't ready with my sound effect there. I use ESDF instead of WASD, and in doing so, frees up a lot of real estate on the left side of the hand. But I still use, Shift and Control and Alt quite a bit as modifiers, and it drives me crazy that they don't work consistently sometimes at all. So, but yeah, here's my like monthly or bi-monthly recommendation. If you are a hotkey kind of person, this is my pitch to consider sliding over one key. Let that index finger feel that nice little indentation or that nice little bump under the on the F key there as your new home, and awaken to the world of having W, Q, and A right there, right in the pocket. It makes a huge difference. So that's my that's my pitch. That's all I'm going to say. Take it and believe me, it takes some getting used to. It takes some real getting used to. But if you can cross that, if you've still got the bandwidth to recode your mind, to recalibrate your muscle memory, and you can get that shift to happen, it is like so good. So good. I wish I remembered the person who initially recommended that to me, because I would give them so much credit, but I can't. It's been a long time. But whoever they are, thank you. Thank you. You recommend a TARDIS paired up with a Naga mouse? I know we'll be in good shape when Pantheon is playable on a Nintendo Power Glove. That's when I'll know, okay, we're really getting somewhere. You know what I mean? That's when I'll know. We talk about like sense of arrival in MMOs themselves. Like we want a sense of arrival. That will be a sense of arrival for me. Playing Pantheon on my Power Glove. All right. What have I been doing? As I'm sure many of you are wondering and probably asking. What have I been doing? The main thing I've been doing is planning and itemization. And not releasing the Bard. Yes, correct. You play Pantheon on your 3DS, like with the stylus and everything? That would be amazing. Steam is at 81% and very positive. I know, and it is absolutely so cool. I'm so happy. So happy. Techie you don't yet know me well enough to know that it is impossible for me to do that consistently. There are too many juicy topics, too many juicy statements flowing through chat for me to just finish a thought. What? Dude, I know. Seeing Pantheon run on a Steam Deck and seeing people play it on a Steam Deck has made me really excited. Yeah, and ADHD, listen, I put it on my stream tags. I am not ashamed to admit ADHD. It is what it is. It does run on a Steam Deck. Yes, it does. And knowing the additional optimizations, knowing just it's only going to be better in those. Like, people used to talk about Pantheon, I guess way back in the day when it was like, I don't know. I just remember the topic of controller support coming up a few times and people being super negative towards that. And I kind of used to be too. But I tell you what, like in the last 3-4 years especially, like sitting at the computer at a desk for long periods of time, it's getting harder. It's getting harder and harder to do. So the idea that I could, get a Steam Deck out or run a controller, and honestly, because of the trailblazing that some other MMOs have done with controller mapping and controller support and proving to really be able to do it well, I think the future is really bright, specifically for Pantheon and controller support, Steam Deck, compatibility. I don't know. I mean, the compatibility thing will always, there'll be text that's probably difficult to read. And we're not planning on doing this massive Steam Deck compatibility pass or anything like that. But I'm just saying the fact that it can run well and, be relatively playable on a Steam Deck even already is really exciting to me. Xenonoid, we're using our own proprietary server networking kind of package, if you will, that our lead programmer, Kyle, built pretty much from the ground up. It's called Vinyl, and it's still got some optimizations and some things that are needing to be finished, and then it's still got some additional things we want to add to it, kind of in the bells and whistles department. But Vinyl is what is allowing us to stay stable and performant, to pretty much to live service standards. Now we've got some issues that pop up here and there. There's actually our next pass on the whole networking stuff is going to be, I'm not even going to try to go into detail because I'm not a programmer. I'm not an engineer. I don't have even the vocabulary for some of it. But the way that it's been explained to me is there's a couple more passes that are relatively soon coming that should pretty dramatically increase the the server performance quite a bit, just by getting even more decoupled from the Unity framework into more of our own custom stuff. So it's a starting point for us, and it's going to continue to get better. Hey, Let You Live. Good to see you, man. Yeah, Shug, we talked about that earlier, that we're right now in the process of kind of figuring out how we want to handle the server situation. So I'll have more info on that soon. Yep. Mal RPG, thank you so much for the Prime. Appreciate that. Carol again, Richard Heat, Haja, Deuterium, J. Damas, Gaia Dea, I think. Grumble Grunch, thank you all so much for the follows. Thank you for being here. ETA on Wisports. I don't have an ETA. We tried to get them in before EA launch, and we ran out of time. And is on a list of the things that we ran out of time to do. So it remains on that kind of medium-long list of things that we're going to get in as soon as we can. But there's just other things on the list, so I don't have an ETA on that just yet. But it won't be super long. It's needed. I think it's needed. We did a pass leading up to the last patch, I believe, that we did, where we cleaned up quite a bit the main pathway through Wild's End to make it much more runnable, and I think that's helped a little bit to kind of connect the two parts of the world. But yeah, I mean, it's even though we only have kind of half the continent in play right now, the size of the game world is proving to be significant enough that they feel very distant, and that's a good thing. But getting those ports in is going to be really huge to kind of helping bridge that gap, and I think ultimately will help Wild's End feel a bit more lively, because people will be much more willing and able to kind of move back and forth between the two than they are at the moment. So it's not only like a cool thing to get them in, it's actually like a pretty important functional game experience thing to get in. So I would rate it pretty high on the list. I'd rather deal with it that way than just arbitrarily putting port or like teleport pads in between the two. I don't want to go that far. My laptop that plays PC VR and modern games like Cyberpunk flawlessly is crushed by Pantheon, turns into a slideshow. Really? Really? I know that I say really as if I've never heard that before. I know I've heard, I guess, I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to see if I can remember what the cause of it was, but I know there's been some players that have experienced something like that. And it turned out to be something not like so much related to the performance of the game itself. But I can't remember. Yeah, try setting VSync to 0. That seems like something worth doing. What's the biggest focus for the game right now? So, content is king, and the thing that and let me even back up a step further and say, like, 81% very positive on Steam. We are seeing just so much good vibes, so many good vibes coming from so many different places. We're aware that the game's not perfect. We're aware the game's still early in development. And whereas that caused us to be very cautiously excited and optimistic leading into EA, because we did not consider that so many of you would be able to know that as well, but still enjoy it for where it's at right now. Like that's blown us away. That there's the DNA and the core of what we're making is resonating really, really heavily right now. So it's amazing. It's awesome. However, what the drum that I'm beating and the message that I'm pushing in, you know, any internal discussions that we have is that this as important as it was to get to where we got for EA, it's even more important that we stay as best we can, because remember, never before have I wished for us to have more resources, you know, a larger team, more people just churning. But it's more important than ever that we stay out ahead. We need to make sure that it's clear that we're active as developers, that we're active in communicating, we're active in developing, we're active in responding. Like that's a really important part of shepherding a growing community, especially in you know, kind of this situation with Steam. Like those are the games that go on to find true success, or the games where the developers are able to be active, involved, engaged. That's key. And we have to continue to move things forward. So what we need, you know, getting to a point where with we've got a massive and growing population of active players, bigger than we've had ever by substantial orders of magnitude in terms of concurrency. There are some growing pains that we are going through and need to finish going through when it comes to our infrastructure, making sure we can support that and make sure we can scale that, because the goal and the hope is that we'll continue to grow. But we also need to make sure that we can get on a somewhat of a schedule, a patch schedule as much as possible. I would personally love to see, you know, set days every week or every other week where we do a patch, and we may do some hot fixes, we may do some small patches in between, but we know, you guys can know, like every Tuesday, every other Tuesday, like boom, patch. I'd like for us to get to that point. We've got a few things that we need to shore up first before we can get to that point and really make it that cyclical. And I just said Tuesday. Yeah, I don't necessarily count on it being Tuesday. But that's something that needs to come. A roadmap, being able to put, you know, like the roadmap, and having something that is public facing where you guys know what we're working on, what our priorities are. That's going to be a big part of it as well. But we got to stay ahead of the curve. And that's going to be, I think, the real testament now is so far, so good. So excited, so happy. But now is really where we have to make it happen. You know what I mean? So that's exciting. It's also daunting. It's all the things. But we are going to do our best. We're going to do our best. Get us out of the brown rags. I know, right? Let me see. 1 second. Let me hide my screen real quick. All right, I'm back. Let's see. Yeah, getting out of the brown rags. I don't think anybody's found. I don't know if anybody's found this item yet. Not going to say what it is, but just some of the armor development that we've got going on. Getting gear in the game that has color, that has like ornamentation, jewels, things that kind of make it stand out as like, oh wow, that actually looks pretty cool, like something that really has that air of, you know, rarity, value, things like that. So getting more and more itemization like this into the game is really important. Getting not just the visuals, but also getting more, you know, there's some items that I just finished putting in the game today that as far as like the effect and what they do, really significant, really fun items, the kind of stuff that, you know, as you guys find it and kind of get to learning where these things are, it's going to really start to bring all this stuff to life. But yeah, robes, like colorful robes, you know, I personally, I'd like to see some plate mail that's like, you know, really polished and actually kind of like shiny. I think that'd be really neat to see. But yeah, color, ornamentation, blood splatters, you know, just all kinds of things like that. Cloaks. Yes. We do plan to have cloaks. We've discussed cloaks. We've discussed, you know, how the rigging needs to be done, you know, wanting flowy cloaks. So it is part of the plan. Harsh Evans says, wouldn't it be easier to just give the community coloring dye and let the players dye the gear? In some ways, yeah. In some ways it would. But the reason I don't personally like dye is because it takes away, in my opinion, from the kind of the iconic nature and look of items. So if you have an item, like for example, like this crown, if you can make, you know, this crown have like blue cloth and red crystals or yellow crystals and black cloth, and you can just kind of recolor it like that, then, you know, what's special about putting an item in the game that has black cloth and red crystals and it being like this thing, you kind of lose that a little bit, because now anybody could be running around with that look. So I understand not everybody feels that way, and it could easily be kind of like a subjective personal preference. Well, I mean, it is subjective to an extent, but it's definitely a personal preference for me. And dye is really cool, but I think for our game, I think we would lose a little bit if we did that. Slayheim, thank you so much for the raid. I was just able to check out some of your stream earlier, man. Really good stuff. I appreciate your very thoughtful commentary on the game. Appreciate your perspective on it. It's nice. It's always nice finding somebody that's not afraid to be critical, you know, about certain things, or like call out things that they'd love to see better, but do it in a way that's in the context of really enjoying the game as a whole. So I've really appreciated that. And yeah, here's hoping that your stream starts to grow, man. It's good stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I think crafted gear, that's kind of an interesting, that's like an interesting path potentially for using dye a little bit more, especially if we ever get to, I mean, where I would be truly okay with that is if we ever get to a point art-wise where we can have unique appearances for crafted armor versus the other, you know, like dropped armor, adventuring armor. Like if we could truly have like a unique look, then it's like, yeah, like go to town, you know? Because it makes much more sense that way, since you're actually crafting the thing from its beginning point. You can make it look how you want it to look, and then that can feed into the value of items too, you know, because the rarer the dyes and the cooler the colors, the more valuable it would be. I can get behind that. Virac says, hey, Joppa, I'm curious as to the team's decision to implement group mobs as opposed to balancing more like EQ did, where all mobs were classified the same way. Any chance you could speak to that decision a bit? Yeah, we can do that. We can do that. Let me, before I do, or as I do, let me get something a little more interesting on the screen for you guys to enjoy. Let's see. Yeah, so Ramsey, are you aware? I'm not going to forget the original question. Ramsey, are you aware that the ghosts in Hellnir's Cave are not counting as undead? I am, because they are not actually undead. They are wraiths. They are unmortal. That is the official lore-sanctioned term. They are unmortal. They are not undead. I'm excited when we get to the point where we have a our own Pantheon equivalent of the red shirt guy from the WoW conventions. You know what I mean? Who can stand up and say, well, actually. Well, actually, they're not technically considered undead. They are, according to the cult of 582. And I mean no disrespect, because I love Red Shirt Guy. If you're not familiar with Red Shirt Guy, look it up. We need some Pantheon Red Shirt guys and Red Shirt gals. We need an army. And it might help if we actually got some lore into the game. Right. I can be self-deprecating when I need to be. What's loud? Okay. I want to go back to Eastern Plains. Back to the original question. Thank you. The one that I was not going to forget to answer. Why did we go the route of having two different classifications instead of EQ having one? So there's a lot that could go into that answer, but I will say the simplest explanation is that compared to EverQuest, the amount of like take the actions per minute in EverQuest. Even just take how much is going on in EverQuest. Sorry, I'm distracted. It looks, it's like a jitteriness. Hold on. Okay, that's better. A little better. The actions per minute. Yeah, there's something that looks, the fog looks kind of strange. I don't know if that's coming through on y'all's end. It's kind of like speckly. Do I have VC? Do? Might just be a time of day thing. Anyway, In Pantheon, the intention with our combat is that NPCs would have, a lot of different things that they could do during the course of combat that requires you to be able to react to. The design is, the goal has been a very tactical combat experience where you are making decisions about what abilities you have and how you use them and when you use them. And we also, have a combat system that is built on NPCs being able to strategize with other NPCs as well. Another aspect of Pantheon's combat that, we have some examples of, but I wouldn't say is like ubiquitous by any means yet to the game. So many of you may not have even experienced that yet. I am on a shaman character, but I'm developing druid abilities on this character, so that's why I'm in wolf form. This is a druid ability. So in EverQuest, NPCs were largely just auto-attacking. There were some NPCs like casters, obviously, who were casting spells and, could heal and things like that, and you needed to try to interrupt them and whatnot. But typically, whether you were solo or as a group, you were fighting NPCs primarily that auto-attacked. And there's a different way to scale, to make something hard for a group based on how much health the NPC has and how much outgoing damage it has, and still be formidable for a group in that case. Whereas in Pantheon, when you think of all the different things that classes can do, all the different silences, interrupts, states, types of damage, types of conditional abilities that are actually designed to do meaningful, important things in combat. Like, you have to interrupt certain things. You have to, find a way to shut various things down or prevent certain combinations of things happening. And when you think about putting 6 characters together with all of those different combinations of things that they can do, the idea that you could have a single NPC type that could be formidable for a solo player and a full group, we continued to fail to find that balance, and we tried. Like, okay. Take a look at that. We did try. And where we would usually land is either things being too hard, single NPCs being too difficult to be able to solo at all, or NPCs being way too easy and a full group just able to mow right over it. And the multiple different iterations we did trying to find a good spot, we ended up just saying, like, why are we trying with everything that we're trying to make combat to be in Pantheon, why are we trying to create a single NPC that is both challenging and tactically, like, creates this tactical experience for a full group of players, but then is also able to potentially be approached by a single player, and it'd be not just an absolute not get absolutely decimated. So we landed on having the dual approach. Now, what's funny about what I've said just then is, as we've gotten things in balance generally dialed into the point where we have right now, there is the potential that we can eventually get away from chevrons and go back. Knowing what we know now, there is potentially a path we could take to do that, potentially. But the question is, do we feel like we need to? Do we feel like we should? And I don't have an answer for that yet. That's something that'll come in time. Some non-group NPCs are using Waylay because their ability loadouts haven't been updated yet. Some of them are using it on purpose because we don't necessarily want solo NPCs to be pushovers. Some of them, we want to approach more as like an undercon type situation where they're easier to kill, but they can really mess you up. So it'll be a little bit of a mixture of the two. But for the most part, we do need a general pass, like a balance pass on solo NPCs to kind of help cut down on how many there are that have those big heavy hit abilities that shouldn't. Finn, that's exactly what could pave the way for that option. So we'll need to see once we get that in. Like, it's tough. Like if you were to ask me, like, what's my ideal? Like, if I could just snap my fingers and have it work, what's my ideal? I honestly don't mind either one. It's one of those things where I don't have a really strong leaning either way. Like if we took it, like, I hate chevrons. Like the chevron thing, it was a temporary means. What I would much rather have is something like a WoW system where you have, like, a dangerous enemy, an elite enemy, something that constitutes it being a group-oriented NPC, and then it's got like a special nameplate with, something that is visually appealing, that it's like clearly, oh, this is whatever. Like I'm fine with that route. I don't personally have an issue with that, especially once we finally get this level-based, because right now, if you're new to the stream, if you're new to a lot of this information, you may not be aware that in our latest balancing passes that we've done, we took out we took out power degradation for when you're fighting something lower level than you. So when you're fighting something lower level than you right now, even if they're gray, even if they're like way lower level, they don't have any penalties towards you. They don't have reduced chance to hit. They don't have reduction to like their spell penetration, their armor penetration. They don't have anything like that. So that's why, for those of you who felt like, Grizzle, yeah, we know. Some of you know. once we get that fixed, which is soon, and I'm hoping real soon, that could potentially, this is what Finn was saying earlier, that could be the catalyst to allow us to consider moving away from like the group or the elite versus non-group, non-elite, because for a smaller group of players or a solo player, in that situation, they would just need to out-level the target enough where those bonuses, those penalties that the target would have would be lower, and they could potentially take it down. But again, I'm just not. I don't feel strongly either way. And at the end of the day, I want to do what is going to be like, it's not broken. I don't want to try and fix it again. Because then, yeah, I mean, when you get into the whole experience side of things, the other nice thing about having them separated the way that we have them right now is that we can much more easily tune group-based experience versus solo. So... Yep. Tanhawk, thank you so much for that tier 3 sub. Thank you. And the 4 months of support. I appreciate that big time. Albatross, what's up? With the tier 1 sub and the 9 months of support. And OG. It's good to see you, Albatross. Hope you're doing well, man. What's up with Mad Run? Mad Run is unintentionally blocked right now and will be opened back up when the next patch comes out. But Ghost Eye, what do you do in a situation where you've got, you know, you've got a Monty Python rabbit? You want to create enemies that don't look dangerous but are. You die and you learn. Oh, that's fair. Kingdom Thrill, I am pushing for one, yes. Yeah, I would like for us to get onto a patch schedule. Yeah, Crystal Beard, 100% agree. I think that is, it's going to be one of those like puzzle pieces that just alone is going to make the game feel so much better even than it does right now, because that's a huge part of the power progression and the player prestige that you feel as you get higher level, stronger, that you're not getting right now, because as you out-level things, you don't feel it like you're meant to feel it. Are you guys looking to fix the group bug where if you are too far from one another, the guy killing the mob gets no experience, and the guy the other side of the zone gets kill credit? The guy killing the mob. Wait. If you're really far away from each other, the guy that actually kills the NPC doesn't get experience or kill credit. It gives it to the person farthest away. Is that what you're saying? Group leader always gets the credit. Mm. And that seems to be primarily like a distance-based thing. Jindashi, they are supposed to do crazy damage. They're meant to be like super, super easy to kill. But if you don't deal with them quickly, then yeah, they're meant to wreck you. It's what we call ambient NPCs. That's kind of the idea, is that they're these creatures that are like super, super easy to kill. They're like paper thin, but they mess you up. Elk and moose people as the future hybrid race, please. Okay. Mounts are planned, yes. Will we be able to give mounts a ride? Tana Gordon, I might be misunderstanding your question. Like, if the mount gets tired, can they ride us? Oh. I hadn't thought of that. Wow. Can you set my faction to the Apostles of the Low Poly Deer? Man, like this is turning into like a design call. This is some really good ideas, guys. Need Before Greed is on the list. Oh, Warrior Banner is intended to not have a buff duration timer. Technically, yes, because they're an aura. So going into the range of effect puts it on you. Going out takes it off. So it's not really... It has an overall duration as far as how long the banner lasts, but the duration as it stays on you is fully dependent on whether you're in range or not. And it'll fall off and then go right back on if you come in and out. We could have like an overall tick down timer of the, I guess, of the banner duration, but I feel like that could be confusing to see various different times depending on when you enter or when you exit, but I don't know. Maybe it wouldn't. I have heard talks before that mounts are going to work differently than summon out your arse from anywhere, something more like BDO perhaps, where they are stabled and you need to take them out, return to stable once done, park them, etc. Yeah, I did a talk on mounts and kind of the plan for mounts, at least the tentative plan for mounts. Where's my wolf form? Oh, I think I'm... Wait, am I still... Let me go to the other side of the zone here. If you're curious about mounts and how mounts are going to work in Pantheon, there's a video that exists out there. It's a YouTube video about the taming system. Kind of the idea for the taming system, where we plan to have mounts that you can purchase. We want to be able to do purchasable mounts, like, you know, buying a horse from a stable. We want to do dropped mounts where things have mounts can drop, you know, as rare drop type things. But what I would love to see down the road is an actual taming system where certain animals in the game world can be tamed. There would be a skill that governs like what you're able to tame. Tamed animals would have stats and various things, and so you would want to hunt for and kind of in some ways like a collection type system where you're trying to find the best stats, and you know, you're looking for kind of these rare spawn tameable mount animals that you can ride. So I would love to see the game grow into a system like that. But before we get to that level of the mount system, we'll definitely at least have, you know, horses and kind of the typical fare, just to prove out the mount system in general. I am aware now. Echo Kid. I'm sure that our programmers are aware of that. But I'd rather be safe than sorry, so I'll make a note. Can we tame the big golem in Silent Plains and make them a mount? I mean, you can try. Just let me know when you do. I would love to be there. Let's make a quick note here. Do all of our ideas end up in the trash? No, absolutely not. The opposite, actually. I have so many of these yellow notepad pages that make up the compendium of what I call kind of the hit list, if you will. And these are the things that just because it's from me, like, you know, Mark, Steve, and others. They're in the community, they're having conversations. Mark just sent me his own list the other day. But what I really like doing is kind of comparing lists and finding the things that are most often mentioned and recurring. And that goes a long way to making the things that we prioritize oftentimes. So no, it's really awesome being able to hear from you guys like this. Well, okay then. Nice, Marcus. Sounds like a good time. Not in the upcoming update, Rasafuz. That's definitely like something we want to support, but not in the upcoming update. All right, so what's going on with my wolf form? Why can't I hold on. Oh, because it's not wolf form. What am I doing? Guys, what am I doing? This is ooh, those are stacking. There's no need to stack. Wolf form needs to overwrite Spirit of the Wolf. That's fast. Now imagine if I put Windstrider on there. Ooh. All right. Ship it. That's the version druids need. Wolf form, Spirit of the Wolf, and Windstrider all wrapped up in one. Yeah. Hey, Joppa, enjoying the game, but our server Lucent Tree has been full lately, and we can't log in sometimes. Seems like Black Moon is well taken care of. What about other servers? Are we all just supposed to join Black Moon and make a mega server? No. Sam just sent me, Olmo just sent me a message earlier today about the server situation, and you know what I said at the top of the stream is that we are growing so much, we're growing so fast that you know, even the servers that we set out with at the beginning are, for various reasons, it's not, we need to make some changes, and part of those changes are making sure that, you know, people are able to log in and play. So they're doing some work right now. Instead of just, I don't know what their plan is as far as bringing up additional servers for the ones that are full and need it, like in the interim, but I know that there's a lot of time and discussion going into what we want to do more full sail more fully to address the issue. And I'll let you guys know as soon as I have any specific info on that. But it is at the top of the list right now. Potentially Arc. Finn, that is under a different umbrella. It's definitely something that Perception will make heavy use of. But I would put that more under the encounter design tool umbrella, like having the tool to actually script and design encounters, events, be that boss fights, you know, special like world events, and the like. So, yeah. I'm not a big fan of these guys in this area. Like, it's just as far as like the aesthetic. What is your thoughts on that solo experience is as good as group experience now, more or less. I don't want solo experience to be as good as group experience. So that's thought number one. I don't want them to be as good. I don't want it to be as good. So we're going to, with the next patch that hits, we're going to be making some additional tweaks to the way group NPC experience scales to that's kind of what we did with the solo experience. The last pass is we gave it a little bit of a scaling dynamic. So the amount of experience you're getting when you kill something that's level, that shadow was kind of intimidating. Hello. The kind of experience that you're getting for a solo kill at level 10, killing a level 10, is different from, there we go. I like that better. A little bit harder to see. And then when you solo kill something at level 20, you would get a little, more experience for that solo kill at level 20 because there's a scaling multiplier that's kicking in. So we need to do the same thing with groups. And I think that plus getting the consideration changes in, where you're getting more experience for blue kills, like that'll affect, solo experience too. But I think that is going to make the experience getting across the board just feel better than it does now. It's not going to fall off that cliff. Hey, Joppa, you won't remember me, but we had quite a few encounters in Vanguard. Really? That's interesting, because I did not play Vanguard all that much, so that would have had to have been like... I don't know. Maybe I'm not who you think I am. I followed Vanguard a lot leading up to its launch. I didn't go by Joppa then, though. And then I played it very little when it first came out. Oh, okay. Right. That Vanatar, that's the... Okay, now I'm with you. No, that was not me. That was not me. Used to play Yahoo Spades. Nice. I didn't even know there was a GM named Joppa. That's kind of interesting. Where are the snakes? Happy New Year as well, Varix. Thank you. There's a big snake. Here's a fun item for you guys to find. Let me take my GM powers off here. So let's see if let's just do like a nuke for now. 28. So 26, 27, 28, somewhere in there. So $35. Okay. Seriously? Seriously? Man, that's a beautiful shot right there. Come on now. With the floating trees in the background. That's funny. Welcome to Jurassic Park. It's pretty. Good vibes. Now I'm... Good vibes aside, now I need to verify this. Oh yeah. No, you've got to be able to laugh at the floating trees. You got to be able to laugh at this stuff. What's the biggest mob you've made so far? The biggest one so far is the Ancient Thorn Titan, for sure. Oh wait, need to run in the wrong server. One sec. Sorry about that. One second, one more time. All right. Just a lot of rogues farming chests. I mean, it's tricky. It's tricky. Things like that. It's a little bit of a tightrope walk, because on one hand we could say, all right, we don't want higher levels coming in and opening chests all willy-nilly, because we want, you know, players doing the content to be able to do that stuff. On the other hand, one of my favorite things about EverQuest is the way that the game opened itself up to you the higher level that you got. Part of the joy of that game was achieving higher levels, becoming more powerful, and then being able to go back into the world that you've adventured through up to that point and more freely explore, more freely exploit in a good way, like the things that, you know, had been inaccessible to you before. And so it's a really fine line between kind of it's along a similar vein as like Trivial Loot Code to me, where it's like you could say on one hand it would clean things up a heck of a lot if you just kept loot from dropping for people once they got to a certain level, but at the same time it ends up sterilizing the game a lot. So I'm not sure where I land on that just yet. Now, that being said, I love shinies, I love chests, I love discovering things like that in the world that are just part of the world environment. Right now, we're utilizing such a tiny amount of that. We have so many like chests that we've created. We've got ration crate, supply crate, treasure chest, weapon crate, armor crate, arcane trove, lockbox, alchemical, what's the name of it? Alchemical cache, I think is what it's called. And they all have their own unique visuals. And the idea is that they would all have their own unique loot and kind of things you could get from them. I want to see a lot more in the game, but I want to see them be a lot more random and a lot rarer. And I think we can also, like it's been mentioned several times, like have it correspond with keys, you know, have there be again, pulling from like console games, classic console games, think about the very first Legend of Zelda, where you would accumulate keys along the way, right? That you could use to unlock doors, and you just had a certain amount, you just had more or less keys, and the more keys you had, the more doors you could unlock. And so the idea that if these kind of keys were something that you could find, drop, and then you just kind of hold on to them, so when you see a chest, if you've got a key, you can open it. I think that'd be kind of cool. And then some chests, some things, need very specific types of keys, and others are more general use keys. And I think that could be. So you'd have things like supply crates and ration crates that are just boxes you open. That stuff's just free. It's just, finders keepers kind of thing. But for treasure chests and above, you actually need these keys to be able to open it, or potentially lockpicks for rogues and things like that. But the good news is the plan is to have a lot more of that kind of stuff, so that, if someone's coming in and picking one up, there's going to be a lot more opportunity to be in the right place at the right time, and it's going to be a lot harder to, like, plan it out. You know what I mean? Now, I do agree that rogues being able to stay in stealth and loot a chest probably needs to change. I have no problem with rogues getting to chests while in stealth. I don't so much like them being able to stay stealthed while they loot the chest, because there's no risk to that. Right, let's try this again. See what's happening to my health. Hold on a second. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that should be working. I don't know why it's not. Can Wild's End get some rats? Yes. There's some rats in there. Someone asked earlier in the stream, what's the next zone in development? And that is going to be Black Rose Keep. Hey there, Fox. So sorry I missed this. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. It is much appreciated. Tanagorn, thank you with the Prime sub as well. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Let's see. I see those bits. Torvius, thank you for the 100 bits. Ray Dill with the 20 bits. Joppa, I know at one time there was talk of mobs having weaknesses towards certain weapons and defense towards certain attacks and things like that. Is that still going to be the case? Like crushing weapon having a bonus against the mob versus slashing. We decided to do away with that. Andrecius, you will get no more information out of me. No, sir. Hey, Wizen, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the 2 months of support. I really appreciate it, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Churfew, Haterade, Kamira, Orion, Mad X, McMac, Tanagorn, Razith, Feliani, Vlaskovitz, Twin Dad Nerd, Quick Save F5, Koopa Time, Ulrichson, Shaky Dog, RMS Racing, Roboter, Cobain, Sinister Sin, Cruel, Art, Avatar, Bitharn, and Azariah. Thank you. Thank you all for the follows. Thanks so much for being here and hanging out. And Fizzled with the Prime sub. Thank you so much, Fizzled. Let's see if this is going to work now. The Shaman Dog will not always be level 10 now. They're meant to have an upgrade to that pet every 10 levels. Yeah. Can I ask Primus MMO to be nice to Glud? He just wants to be loved. Who's Glud? I gotta figure that out. Glud is a loot goblin. Nice. It's good to know. Any ETA for next patch? Not yet. I'm pushing our tech guys to give me an answer as soon as they can. Sorry, I'm just reading some messages right now. Some internal messages. Any chance we'll get an auto stack, auto sort feature? It is the... I feel like I feel like I need a quick way to say this because yes. Well, let me back up. So auto sort. Auto sort. The one of the most commonly requested features is, hey, when we're trying to put something into the bank, can it please auto sort? Can it please auto stack? Can it please, like, you know, that is coming. That is going to require a little bit more engineering time to get right, because we had it working before, but it was causing items to get lost, and so we took it out. But it's driving a lot of people crazy, understandably. So that's something very much on like at the top of our list to fix. Auto sorting, though, like the ability to like push a button and kind of like sort everything together, that one I'm not so sure about if we will do that, or how we'll do that, or when we would do that. But the things actually sorting properly, that's definitely coming. Yeah. Whoa. Whoa. Andrecius, how did I miss this? 50 gifted. 50 gifted subs. That's amazing. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. Oh man. That is so cool. So cool. Wow. That's some serious ads blasted right there. There are many people that you've liberated. Thank you so much, Andrew. Just seriously, that's crazy. That's awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. The people over at the Vanguard Guild on Lucent Tree are having a blast. Thank you for making this a reality. Oh man, we are more than happy, and yeah, dude, that's really cool. That's really cool. So glad to hear that you guys are having a good time. Hadouken. Hey, Joppa, any discussion on the summoner's pet items? They seem pretty underwhelming, especially with their pets only being able to use them. Yes. I think I was actually on... whose stream was it on earlier? I was watching somebody's stream earlier. Sweet... TT, what was his name? Sweet D. Willie? Sweet Steve Willie. It is a good name. I'm going to give him a quick shout out. Is that the right one? Yeah, I think so. Yep. Well, Sweet's super cool dude. Really enjoyed the stream. But what I was saying is the question came up on his stream specifically about summoner pets, what state they're in. Are we happy with it? And the answer is they're very unfinished. And one of the main kind of unfinished parts, referring to the pets specifically, is the gear for the pets are meant to be a much like just a more fun and more powerful progression than they already are. So they're meant to have visuals to them. When you equip them on your pet, you're meant to see like the helmet, the chest piece, like you're meant to see the various things. And then the way they're acquired and what they actually do for the pet is meant to be just a lot more varied and interesting. There's meant to be like common, uncommon, rare, versions of the pet gear and things that you're like hoping for and trying to get. And then there's also meant to be a lot more synergy between the summoner and the pets than there is currently. And that's just part of what we're building out more over time. So the summoner is ironically a very powerful class right now. Like they're actually really powerful. But they're also still lacking a good bit of the breadth and depth of the class mechanics that we're, wanting them to have and working on. So they're going to get better, and then we'll obviously continue to balance things as more and more stuff comes online. So we'll see. But yeah, there's a lot of good stuff coming for the summoner in time. Hey, Steven. It is good to see you, man. It's really good to see you. Steven and I met for the first time at PAX East, I think it was. And the one thing that I want to say about Steven from my interactions with him is that, like, truly always been a gentleman. Like, really cool dude, very friendly, very warm. And I just remember really enjoying that experience. I got to be on a panel with Steven as well not too long ago, talking about MMOs and various things, and just always really enjoyed those interactions. Not to mention the fact that they've got a freaking amazing game that they're working on. So I'm excited for you guys, man. I really am. I really am. And thank you for that message. I appreciate it big time. Big time. Is there a way to keep a bag always open? Yes. When's the Bard coming? Sometime this year. That's the best I can say right now. We're trying to do something with the Bard that's we're trying to take it to the next level as much as we can when it comes to the instrumentation and the immersion of the audio components of the Bard. And we really want it to be special. So it's one of those things where we're probably going to hold off on implementing it partially so that more of the full experience can be there when the time comes. So, but definitely expect to see more of that this year. Thank you, Steven. I appreciate that, man, so much. Truly, it means a lot. Thank you. You guys do the same. Believe me, I know it's not easy. Open development is not easy, man. So you guys hang in there. Keep making a great game, because it's going to be an absolutely amazing game when it becomes everything that you guys intend for it to be. Already is. I mean, I've enjoyed watching. I haven't played it yet because I don't have time to play anything. But the what I've been able to watch and it's really cool. It's been really cool. Are mounts planned? Are mounts planned on being an achievement brag or just a fashion brag? I need to know, Joppa. Both. So what I was describing earlier, the plan with mounts is for them to take a while to get. There will be kind of introductory mounts once you're able to get them that are more, just buying a horse from a stable or something more standard. What I really want to lean into with mounts is like rare mounts that you can quest for, like some epic quests for mounts, some rare drops. But more than that, what I really want to do is a taming system. I love the idea of being able to go out into the world and find tameable animals that can become mounts and kind of build a skill-based collection type system around that, where the animals that can be tamed and mounted have stats. Some are more rare than others, that kind of thing, and that it's something that becomes kind of an additional horizontal layer of the game. Now that's down the road. Don't get me wrong, like that's not something we're prioritizing, but that's what I would like to see it become. Yeah. The mount system will be more involved in the crafting system. No, it won't be. No, it ultimately will be a relatively simple system. Once there's a way to tame an animal and mount it, it'll be more about just like increasing that skill and then just hunting for and collecting the best mounts that you can. And some of that will be more for like fashion quest type status symbol stuff. Like, I can't believe this thing that's so rare. It's not even that good, but it's like super rare, that kind of stuff. But then also like, yeah, it's just a basic horse. It's like a wild horse that I tamed, but it's like got incredible stats. So it's like what I use. That like I'd like to see both sides of the spectrum, yeah. No, I don't want them to be like targetable and killable or anything like that. Hey, what's up, Julia? 110 hours. That's awesome. Woo. That's really cool. I'm really glad that you're enjoying it. Are you going to make it to where you get hit once, you fall off? No, actually, well, go find that video. It's a Parting the Veil. If you search like Pantheon Parting the Veil mounts. Let me see. I'm just like make sure that's the right. Yeah. Go and give that a listen. That I think that would be, if you're genuinely curious, I think that would be the best way to do it. Now, keep in mind, like with most game systems, subject to change, things are subject to change. You know, that discussion was kind of a free-form discussion on kind of how I envision it looking. Until you get to the point where you're actually implementing a system, you're not completely sure in all cases what parts might need to be tweaked, what parts sound good but end up not being good or not being fun. The taming aspect of this system will be one that it's going to be important to get a lot of player feedback on, because the goal for it is for it to be fun. The goal for it is for it to be enjoyable, in as much as it's has, you know, utilitarian aspects of it. But to answer your question specifically, one of the stats that these tameable animals will have is a stat that governs like their sturdiness, essentially, like how difficult it is to get knocked off of them if you're hit in combat. That's one of the stats that they have. So it's something to kind of dig into, and that would be the best place to find the most consolidated info without going into like a huge deep dive on it here on the stream. Beefcake Carne, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. I'm excited that chaps will now be in the game. I mean, that essentially, if you boil everything I said down and kind of paraphrase it, that's essentially what the message is. Chaps. Someone asked about itemization earlier. What itemization I've been working on? Specifically working on filling out the rest of the itemization for Hangor, Mad Run, and the Gadai Fort. Trying to get those areas finished. And then with those, again, following that same paradigm of like uncommon, rare, and ultra rare items for the named NPCs. And then trying to also, in some of like the rarer world spawns, and in the places I just mentioned, making sure that the ultra rare stuff is like genuinely really cool and really exciting to get and really hard to get, but really worth it. So I don't. That's the part where like I would love to sit here and kind of like go through every item that I've made and like the different effects and stuff. I showed you one of them just a second ago. But you'll notice I'm not saying anything about everything about what it does or how it works or anything like that. And I just don't. I want you guys to know that these things are going into the game. I don't want to say anything about it beyond that because I want it to be part of what is exciting to you about continuing to dig in. Auto run toggle. There should be an auto run toggle already. Salacious, as soon as I know, you guys will know. If you don't hear me talking about it, that means I'm still waiting to know. Oh, sprint. Oh, yes, right. Because we've talked about that before, where instead of having to hold the sprint button, you can just hit it and then you'll, yeah. Yep, that's another one that's the plan. I don't have an ETA on it. Part of that tweak will be making sprint toggle, but also making sprint use mana faster. I'm sorry, use endurance faster and actually be faster. So you won't, in other words, like sprint right now is kind of it's more of like a travel mechanic. You're just kind of holding it down at all times until you're out, then letting go, letting it build back up slowly, and then using it again. It's going to deplete your endurance faster, and it's going to make you run faster. And I think that's going to end up feeling more like what it's intended to be, which is more of a situational, like, use it when you really need to use it, but otherwise you're not constantly holding down sprint just to run around in general. Julia says, do you have any plans in the future for some small cosmetic stuff for guilds like tabards or something? Absolutely, yeah. Yeah. Yes. Tabards, being able to do like a guild symbol on a cloak. When we get to the point where we have housing, where we have ships, the ability to do like guild emblems on housing elements, on ship sails, things like that. Like we really want to kind of cover all those bases. Kingdom Thrill, yes. Yep. Ships, like water travel, water exploration, like the whole, that element, that's a really big part of the game. As more of the lore comes online and is kind of generally consumed and understood by the player base, like Terminus is still very early. Like the amount of time that the playable races have been on Terminus, even the ones that are the oldest arrivers, is not that long. And so there's still a significant amount of just basic exploration of the planet that hasn't been done. And a lot of that is to the east. And a lot of that is going to be carried out through like water-based exploration. What's the guy? What is our take on boxing? Well, we don't have. There's not like an enforced stance on boxing right now. I do not like boxing. I don't like the effect that it has on the social nature of the game. The more people that are boxing, the more groups and the more camps and the more things that are taken up by potentially, a single person, as opposed to there being, more opportunities for players to come together and do things. I understand boxing. I understand the appeal. I understand even the benefits of it, depending on are you playing it off hours? There are other things like that. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, as of right now, we're not enforcing anything specifically. So anyone who's currently boxing characters, don't feel like you're doing anything wrong. But it's something that we could potentially make a harder stance on in the future. Or at the very least, have servers where it's not allowed. So at least we can try and preserve that, more pure single box experience for players that really matters for. So I don't have anything like super definite on that front just yet, but that's kind of my personal stance on it. But also just clarifying where we are right now so that nobody is worried, that they're doing something wrong. Will we add Chrono? No. No. What's my take on account sharing? I think it's at your own risk. Potentially Kingdom. Potentially. I just remembered there's an NPC in Halnir Cave that's stuck that I want to fix. It just randomly popped in my head. I want to fix it while I'm thinking about it. Slayheim, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub, man. Thank you. And Chango Stew, thank you for the prime. Really appreciate that, guys. Thank you. How large will the January patch be and how much content will be added? I'd say it'll be pretty substantial. I mean, we've got, I'm not going to go through like a big patch list or anything right now, but I know we've got a lot of itemization updates coming in with the places that I just mentioned. I would like to try and get some of the mid to high 30 content planned in Silent Plains in place that you guys can start messing with. We've got the consideration changes for like experience gain, and hopefully the bonuses and penalties that come with higher and lower level targets coming in. A lot of just general cleanup and fixes to like faction issues and NPC abilities, some of the stuff that you guys have found in Silent Plains and Eastern Plains with some of the NPC issues in there, we've gotten cleaned up. Okay, here's a good conversation we can have while I get this loaded, which would be helpful to me. I've heard several people mention that there are these kind of like, there's this pain point right now when you get to be around level, oh yes, Salacious, thank you for reminding me. The when that patch comes out, Mad Run will be accessible again. It was never meant to be inaccessible, but is what it is. And the Trapper Caves will be accessible again. So, or the ones that are blocked off will be. Yeah, there's a rogue invisible wall that is currently causing issues with people who are trying to get into Mad Run. So, yeah. Mr. Fun, apologize for missing the raid. Thank you so much for the raid, Mr. Fun. Thank you. And thanks for bringing in some friends. Welcome, viewers. I am 11 minutes late, but thank you for coming and hanging out. Is King's Watch going to be populated with NPCs soon? Yes. Also coming into that new patch is going to be at least a couple of vendors and a banker in King's Watch. At least. All right, let's see. Ooh. Hold on. Let me, I didn't realize we'd get so much visibility. Hold on. Not everybody has seen this zone. I don't want to, I might actually fix this off screen here just in case, because it happens to be in a pretty important little spot down here. But for those of you who've been enjoying the little bridge camp down here in the depths of Alnir Cave, and have gleefully, winsomely, with the wind blowing through your hair, scampered past the stuck NPC in the side of the bridge with no thought or care or concern. Now, that will no longer be the case. Buddy's seen on Reddit, they're going to be a wipe soon. Is this false? Okay, let me make a very important statement here, okay? Do not let anybody tell you that there's going to be a wipe soon. People are going to be slinging that around for funsies to get people all upset and concerned. There is absolutely no plan for a guaranteed wipe until the final full 1.0 launch of Pantheon. That is the guaranteed wipe. And even then, we're discussing some options to potentially, and this is the part that to emphasize, this is just possibility, things we're thinking about, where we would have a potentially, a server that your EA characters would still exist on, because for no other reason than being able to, still have those characters around and whatnot. That is a possibility. That is not a guarantee. Please understand that's something we're considering. Doesn't mean we're going to do it. What I can say, there is a guaranteed wipe planned when Pantheon 1.0 launches. That's the only guaranteed wipe. Now, when it comes to wiping before then, what we've said is that may happen. There may be the right combination of events that make it a necessity for the integrity of the game. Those are not planned. Our goal is to avoid that situation. Our goal is to bend over backwards to avoid that situation, because there's, in most cases, there's other alternatives for us to do other than wiping. So if you're hearing anyone say anything about a wipe pending, it is 99.99% not true. And you need to verify that through the official Discord. And if there is a wipe planned for any reason at any time, we will make that so unbelievably clear on the official Discord that there will be no mistaking it. So that's the answer. No, there is not a wipe planned right now. There's not a wipe coming. There's not a wipe on the horizon. Saivard, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Mox, no. Let me make a quick note of that so I can check it out. Okay. How will we try to maintain numbers? The best way for us to maintain numbers and to grow is to keep making the game, to keep getting more content out the door. Now, that being said, let me try to put this succinctly. I absolutely want to maintain numbers during early access, and I want numbers to grow. I'm also aware that even some of the most popular games that have released in the last however many years, Baldur's Gate being a great example, Baldur's Gate 3, there were periods of time during the early access phase of Baldur's Gate 3 and other games like it where concurrent players went way down. Because when a game is in development, you know, there are going to come times where you run out of things to do. Or something else piques your interest for a period of time or whatever it may be. So the way I'm looking at it is twofold. Number one, we keep our numbers up and we keep growing by staying ahead of the curve, continuing to develop the game, be proactive, be active with the community, make it very clear that as developers, we are active, we're listening, we're responding, we're making, we're continuing to deliver and move the game forward. But it's also getting ready for this 1.0 launch where people who play Pantheon during early access, who really like it and resonate with it, I believe will be back and ready for the 1.0 launch if they, stop playing during EA. So it's kind of this weird balance between we haven't fully launched yet. This isn't a soft launch. This is still, kind of an alpha phase of development that we're in, but we're rapidly, working towards that launch goal. The population is going to do what it will during that time. But the hope is that enough people catch the vision of what we're doing, are excited about what we're doing. So whether they played nonstop throughout all of EA, or whether they play enough, they're excited about it and they're ready to come back when 1.0 hits. Both of those situations I'm like super stoked about. So that's kind of it in a nutshell. But it's imperative that we do our best to stay ahead of the curve, continue to move content out quickly, listen to our player base, listen to the growing community, make sure that the game continues to resonate. And as long as all those wheels are turning, then I think we're on a good track. The question was asked earlier, I think Redbeard asked about lore and perception. That is, if I could snap my fingers and have and be able to spend 100% of my time on one thing, it would be that. So my goal right now is to finish everything that stands in between me being able to focus on that and where I am right now, which is I need to make sure that Druid and Bard are clearly kind of like concepted in a way that like typically the way that the class stuff works right now is that I've developed a baseline concept for the class, I implement the baseline concept of the class, and then I work with Mark to kind of hand that over to him to finish, and for him to say, Joppa, this is absolutely outlandish, this is completely imbalanced, like, let's take these ideas and actually he's amazing at like coalescing an idea and a vision and then actually kind of like bringing it into like a functional, viable expression in the game. So we work really well in that front. I'm doing that with Druid right now, getting into that point. Bard is going to be something that when we're ready to really start implementing Bard, I'm going to switch over and focus that pretty heavily because I'll need to work really closely with Phil and the PVL guys to make sure that like the full vision of what needs to be happening via instrumentation and audio and game mechanic is really clear. I also need to finish the current itemization pass. And then that's when I'll be able to dive fully into lore. And it's not just me alone. Like I'll be bringing, some people with me into the lore stuff where we can, really hit it from multiple different angles. But that is the piece that is the most glaringly problematic right now in my mind. And it bothers me because this game is meant to really stand out because of that side of it. So to not have it very well reflected right now is really frustrating. But we'll get there. I'm needed in so many areas other than lore, no offense, but why can't that be delegated? I mean, it can, but well, I shouldn't even just say it can. It will. But I have very, like, we're at the point with the game right now where I feel like the vision for itemization, the vision for combat, the vision for classes, these things are well incorporated, where a capable designer can run with that. And I have full confidence in, the current people that we have to take what's there and run with it. We don't yet have that on the lore side. We've got, a handful of quests. We've got some different perception pings, but we don't have, like, if I can take, a couple of weeks and come in and just fully build out an experience like I did with Fortress de Vair. That's what I did with the evaluation dungeon, is I fully built out that experience. Every interactable, every quest, every perception ping, like that whole area. I worked with Justin, with JN, to kind of understand the setting and then built it all out. So when you watch that stream, that's what I mean. Like, that's the level that is meant to be. And I want there to be a current, like, experience like that in the game so that the player base can understand it, because you guys understanding what we're trying to do is part of keeping us on track too. It's part of being able to say, like, hey, this feels really good. Hey, this doesn't feel quite as good. Seems a little bit off, whatever. But it also gives, anyone else who would be working on it a very clear, practical example, basically. And that's kind of what I want. So at that point, that's when I feel like delegating will work. Yeah, but see, I've got a designer focused on that with Convo. So that's an example where, and I still contribute with that with him, and but it's a great example of where we've reached that point where that's kind of been delegated. We have our touch points, we kind of get a picture and new areas with what we want to do, but he's able to execute that. So that's where we need to get with the lore side. Any new monk abilities? Oh, wait. King, what did you say? I missed it. Where did it go? There it is. Would you mind talking monk for a sec? There are a lot of comments in chat about the class. Okay, I've missed them. Hit me. What is it? What is it? FD sucks. I agree. Do monks have to get a belt and a headband? Do they have to? What do you mean? Any new skills for monks in January? There are new skills for monks coming, yes. Feign Death sucks. Invis sucks. Sneak sucks. Cinderland sucks. Sorry. Don't be sorry. That's good feedback right there. Oh, EQ joke. Yeah. Gotcha. We are planning to reduce the number of gates. Yep. Did I see your note about the necromancer pet bug? No. Do I need another one-hand fist weapon for offhand for monks? You don't need one. So monks, their bare fists, much like in EverQuest, their bare fists function as weapons that have an innate scaling as you level up. So even if you have nothing equipped in your hands, you have a damage and delay innately with your fists that scale with your level. But fist weapons are standalone weapons that if you equip a fist weapon, it's going to augment your damage and delay and, functions as usable weapons. And typically the main reason to use them is because of the stats that come with them, yeah. 12 dudes, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Appreciate that, man. Seriously, thank you. Is readiness generating a flat value per hit the intent, or should you generate more based on the damage done? You end up running no offhand because the high attack speed generates so much. That's a good question. I would say it's definitely something we're still open to tweaking based on just as more feedback rolls in on how those things feel. Readiness right now is generated passively while in combat. It's generated based on, dealing damage, taking damage. But there's not a whole lot of nuance beyond that. And there's something to be said for keeping it simple. But at the same time, like if we're seeing it too heavily dictate what players always only do, then there might be room for us to revisit that. So that's good feedback. Any thoughts on giving monks an experience bonus for pulling and dying multiple times? I don't think so. I think the thing to do is fix feign death. That's what we need to do. We need to fix feign death. Bacon is tasty. A bindable key for mouse look on and off? I cannot wait till we get some of these things out in this patch, like the light source stuff. Like, we've got to get options for controlling like mouse sensitivity a little bit more robust controls there. Things like look speed, scroll speed, all that kind of stuff. Is Mage Light in the lighting fix? No. No, it is not. Because there's multiple steps to the lighting fix. The first and most important one is getting like torches and light sources out of your hands. So you're not constantly juggling, like having to have a torch in your hand and whatnot. That's the main one. That's the first one that we're going to fix. From there, we've got to build in support for limiting how many light sources are going to render from other players, and limiting how many light sources can render at once on you. So for example, if you've got an item that gives off light, and you've got a torch in your inventory, and you've got a light buff on you, like Mage Light, right now all three of those things render. And if you're in a group full of people, then all 6 of you have 3 light sources, they're all rendering, they're all casting light, and it blows out the environment. Unity has a hard time handling it. That's where you start seeing a lot of that like weird like checkerboard artifacting. That's the second step, is limiting that kind of stuff, prioritizing the strongest light source, limiting it to 1 for yourself, and then client side controlling like how many things you're actually seeing. That would be a second phase, and that I don't have an ETA for that yet. What I can say is that getting the torch out of your hand is priority number 1, which will hopefully be very soon. And just know, with these frequently asked questions about some of this stuff, as soon as I can give you like a straight, solid, definite answer, because I've talked to a programmer like Steve in this case, and he said, yes, I will have it done by this day, and I can say it's definitely going to be coming out then, therefore in this next patch, I will absolutely say that. Until then, it's going to be this kind of stuff from like, hey, it's top of the list, we're going to get it done, but I have not gotten confirmation yet of when it's going to get finished, and so I can't tell you that it will be in the next patch because I don't know yet. Because I'm not the only one tasking like Steve with things, for example. There's other things coming in, and there's lots of competing. So I say we need new terminology for things like priority, because when multiple things are priority, it's like what is it? Python, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate that big time. Thank you. Can we not get a patch fairly soon to get Mad Run open? Let me see. Oh, it'd be awesome to clone the entire team. My goodness. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Well, okay. Good clarification. Top of the list. What does that mean? So I have a list Sam has a list. Rob has a list. Kyle has a list. Everybody has lists. If you ask any one person, like, hey, what's the most important thing right now? There's some coalescence. There's some shared slots, but then there's different ones. When it comes to like the biggest issues that I see in the game right now, like things that I would without hesitation snap my fingers and fix immediately, if I had like 3 things, it would be the experience gain for like leveling out the experience gain between yellow, orange, blue, light blue, like getting all that more normalized. It would be the penalties and bonuses that come with fighting something lower level than you. And it would be the light source issue. Those 3 things are at the top of my list as like game mechanic changes that need to be done like weeks ago. But there's other lists. And part of the challenge when you have smaller team and you can't just say like, okay, these are the top 5 things. We've got, this program on this one on this, you've got people to kind of hit all of those things. And it's more like, okay, we've got 5 things for this guy to do. And this guy has 5 things, but he can't do 2 of those things until this guy finishes these things. But then this guy has stuff he's got to do, but he can't do 3 things until this guy finishes these other 2 things. So there's this constant kind of like very athletic process of like narrowing down what it is and executing those things. We do have a dedicated project manager, yes, but we've also been, kind of stepped away for a little bit. And so we're coming back and we're kind of sorting through an incredible amount of like amazing feedback. And a lot of what's been going on the last couple of days has been really sorting through all of those things. The benefit of me being able to do streams like this is I'm able to come and emphasize certain things that I feel like are the most, well, they're the most recurring. They're the most consistently recurring problems. So. No, the Discord feedback's good too. It's all good. It doesn't mean that I agree with everything that's coming through, but it's good feedback. Sir Tomo says, hi, Joppa, wishing you and your team a happy new year. Keep up the amazing work from a shitty little mining town in the middle of the desert in Western Australia. That's so cool. And that's got to be one of the coolest things about streaming is like just being able to connect with people literally from anywhere and everywhere. It's really, really cool. Though I have worked with 3 different Australians on Pantheon, and all 3 of them have been awesome people. Only one of them still here. Well, yeah, one of them is taking a bit of a leave of absence right now with just some general life stuff that's going on, but they've all been awesome. And one of my favorite things, I don't want to necessarily assume or assign this to Australians at large, but it seems like consistent trait that one of the things I really appreciate and enjoy about working with Australians is how like blunt and just like I don't have to guess at what they're really thinking. It's just, woo. There it is. You know, it's really good. It's good. It's good. It's very helpful. And really nice. I was going to ask a question. Let me see if I can remember it. Mm-hmm. Andresius, any idea when the team will finish Counter Cave? There's an event that won't spawn by the Praetorians. Yeah. The that thing, you mean? You know what I mean? Oh, I remember. Nice. Level, I think what I hear consistently is level like 16 to 18-ish. That it's kind of rough. Would you guys agree? And to be more concise here, like it's in the context, I think, of not that it takes a longer amount of time to level, but more places to find NPCs that you can kill at that level. I think that's more the gist that I've gotten. And what's funny is that before EA started, I heard this a lot, and my response was like, hey, I hear you, but you know, with the new zones that are coming online, we're going to be doing a lot to address that. We're going to be filling in some of those gaps, and we have done that, but I don't think we've done that enough. What I want to avoid, if I could put it in these terms, is I want you to be incentivized to move around the world. And one of my big disappointments right now from a developer perspective is I don't feel like you guys are as excited to move around the world as I would like. Now, some of that is it's very obvious why. There's not a lot, for example, like in Eastern Plains and Silent Plains, there's not yet a lot of defined targets, POIs, places to go, to set up and things that you're excited about. There's also, yes, as some of you are saying, like it's scary to move around. It's scary to die. There's, run times, like, and that's okay. Like I'm kind of cool with that, because that's setting the perfect stage for things like, movement speed abilities, eventually mounts, teleportation abilities for other classes like that. That's good, because that's what makes you lean into those things. That's what makes you, do, like, look up who's in your zone to see if there's any druids or wizards around and see if you can pick up a teleport, something like that. So that's fine. But I want to make sure that, if you're level 16, 17, 18, you're not in a group at the manor, you're, maybe the asps and Avenger's Pass are taken. Once Mad Run's open, you'll have that opportunity. So there'll be some nice group stuff going on there. But that there would be places in Eastern Plains, there would be places in Wild's End that you'd go and check out. But what I'm trying to avoid, though, is a situation where you're able to get from level 1 to all the way up just by staying in the same zone, not really moving around a lot. But it's funny because it's not like even as I say that, it's not that I want you to feel like forced to move around the world a crazy amount either. But it would be nice at least to have to kind of venture into 3 or 4 different zones at least to, get all the way to max level. Hmm. Also, what do you guys think about a global chat channel? Oh, man. Why do I do this to myself? All right, let's poll it because I don't know. It doesn't seem like any of you have any real thoughts on the matter, so maybe polling it will encourage some of you to say something. Let's see. All right. Basic poll here. No nuance at all, but I'm just curious. Because imagine this coming, with all the expected parameters, like you can turn it off, like you can mute it. We could have like an opt-in point essentially where, you can't join the global chat channel until you're level 5 or level 10 or something like that. The being able to ignore players. So the reason that it's even on my mind is because this is intended to be a highly social game. You're intended to need. Hey, Moo Reaper, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. Stein, thank you for the Prime sub. I've got a ton of follows I want to thank here in a second. It's a highly social game. I'm trying to think of short-term solutions that may end up changing long-term, but short-term solutions that will help players find other players that are looking for group. And so somebody gave the example earlier, I can't remember who said it, but they were talking about, how there is content in Eastern Plains where they can go and do even some soloing in Eastern Plains around level 18 or whatnot. But when you're in Eastern Plains, you're kind of isolated from, where a lot of the other looking for group activity is happening for, dungeons like Calendar Cave or places in Wild Zen, for example. So the thought is hitting me of like, if you're in Eastern Plains, but you can still be part of a chat channel where you can hear from people all over the game and find groups more easily that way, that could be helpful. It's OOC, but I'm thinking of it as like a global OOC channel or a global looking for group channel. Because like you can with the looking for group tool that we already have, which these things need to be fleshed out more and whatnot, but right now you can look for people who are looking for group. You can look for them in any zone. So if you're actively using looking for group by turning it on and showing up in that list, then that's working. So it is possible to find people that are looking for group, but I'm just wondering if like I don't know. I'm just curious. I'm just curious what you guys think. Redbeard. I know it's a really good thing that none of us have strong opinions about MMOs. Otherwise, making an MMO would actually be really hard. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I wish more of you had an opinion on this. And it's a delicate thing because some of these very problems, and this is where you can go down these weird trains of thought, because on one level this is like trying to solve a problem with connectivity, right? Like there's more opportunities to like hear from other players, and you're able to kind of like pick up threads and see groups form or kind of feel connected when you're not in a zone that has an active chat going on. But at the very same time, being isolated also matters. Like being in an area where there's not many people around and you're not seeing a lot of chatter and you don't have that constant drip, that's something as well. And so that's why it's these decisions are always so interesting to try and navigate, because it's like you quickly, it's like you're, I don't know. Yeah, I like the new player chat idea too. I mean, I like that. I like that a lot. And it's almost like you, I don't know if they did it where once you got to a certain level, you were kind of like auto removed from that, or how that worked. There's a lot that I like about some experiences I've seen and had with global chat. But like when I experience it on like EverQuest TLPs, I don't like it, because it's reinforcing for me that like I don't feel like I'm kind of lost and immersed in this world. I don't feel like an extension of my character as much, where I'm kind of bound to my surroundings in a way. And it's this weird balance between, you know, we're trying to build a social game. We're trying to build a game where players rely on each other, they interact with each other, they depend on each other, all this stuff. So why not make it easier to do that? But then at the same time, some of that social connection is predicated on moments of isolation, on, you know, not having to make decisions about where you go, knowing that you will be more or less connected. I don't know. I missed what you said, Zucan. Hey, Joppa, you're a man of Vanguard, right? I always thought the Mind Union buff Scions got, which granted them a private global chat channel, was neat. Perhaps there's something you could play off with that concept. I do remember that. I did not play Vanguard very much, but that's actually one of the things I remember pretty well, because the Psionicist was, I think one of the two classes that I dug into a little bit. Okay. That's actually kind of a cool idea. And maybe that's Anvilized, maybe that's not what you meant, but I've had a lot of people poking me about the idea of like campfires. And I've been resistant to it because number one, like Embers does it, Monsters of Memories does it. Like I don't want to also do it. Just because it's cool, like, and it is cool, and I think it works really well in those games. But what if campfires were something that you could make, and that was like the in-game mechanism that connected you to this global chat? And people that were at campfires were part of it. So it's like if you're in some lonely place, but you make a campfire, then you have a channel of people that you can interact with. And it would be an opt-in thing. It's not like as soon as you put a campfire down, like boom, spam. But it's like at a campfire, you would have the option to like connect to this. And that could be a means of like opting into a global chat in nature, but it's only for those people who are like actively opting in by going through that process. And something like that could be incorporated, like what Julie was saying earlier about that new player part of, like, as we build out more of these, I don't know, like new player mechanics, things like that. Part of that new player experience could be being introduced to a nearby campfire where you're kind of shown, you know, how to connect to that. What is it solving? So the conversation came up where, so here let's backtrack through how we got here. The initial question was lots of people saying level 16 to 18 right now feels rough because there's limited content in those areas, and players are having a hard time traveling because they're, you know, afraid of dying or the danger associated with it. We don't have teleport spells in yet. And that's where it began, was where are the content gaps? Somebody mentioned there's some places in like Eastern Plains around level 18 that you can go to for some solo, but when you do that, you're kind of removed from the chat channels where groups are forming and people are, you know, OOCing, hey, looking for one more for Halnir Cave, looking for one more for Goblin Cave, looking for one more for Manor. Like, you're not seeing that chatter. You're kind of disconnected in some of these zones that you go to. And so that prompted in me the idea of like, you know, well, what if there was a global channel? And then I think the majority of people were kind of pulled towards the idea of a global chat channel just verbatim. But this was kind of like a pretty half-baked, in my mind anyway, thought of, you know, is there a way to do something with like a campfire that you can place that would allow you to connect to other players who are using campfires to have that kind of conversation? So if you're looking for more people, you might look at the looking for group page. But if you're out in Eastern Plains soloing and you haven't put on your looking for group tab or whatever it may be, then people come to understand that like setting up a campfire as a means of connecting with other people that might be interested in, you know, seeing and hearing what's going on in other areas, but they're not there. I don't know. It was just an interesting idea. I don't know that it fully solves, or that there's even anything to solve. As always, it has really interesting implications for PvP as well, because campfires are visible. Yeah, I don't see them sitting around doing nothing. I see these people like using that example. Like I'm soloing in Eastern Plains. I'm fighting the things that I can fight, but I've set up a campfire, and in between fights, as I'm resting, you know, I'm connecting to that chat. Making taverns global chat buildings. That's cool. That's pretty cool. I like that idea too. That's pretty cool. Because if we did it that way, I'm actually kind of liking that idea. Because if you think about it, most zones, not all, but most, would have something like that. I mean, at least the zones that we've got right now, we've got Drone Fast, we've got Avelia, Dimith, Sky Durban, King's Watch, Sorhireth. Like, in each of the zones, you've got a place where you could go to do that. And it's cool because it's like, that's what you do, right? Like, you go to the tavern to socialize. That's why you go to taverns most of the time. So if I want to connect with the broader community of players because I'm just in the mood to socialize, I go to the tavern. And everyone else who's going to the tavern, either to, like to play tavern games or just chill. That's really cool. Who came up with that? Whose idea was that? Mine, 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 mine. Was that Julia? Wolfgar. I invented taverns. Thank you. Nice. Well, it's a cool idea. That's a really cool idea. We'll have to. We might have to do a kind of like the little monument we're gonna put in Mad Run for Too Tired. We might have to put a monument to Wolfgar in one of the taverns somewhere. Name the tavern Wolfgar Tavern. You want to know what's really funny to me? I sit here during my streams and I write things down on my notepad, right? My yellow notepad. I have a pack of 7 pins. I have no idea where the other 6 of them are. Literally the pen that I've just been using to write the current notes that I have no idea where it is. It's not on the floor. It's not on my desk. It's not in my pockets. It's just gone. Anyway. A monkey in the air vent. That's probably what it is, yeah. Probably what it is. Corelia. Hey, Joppa, I just barely started playing. Can you add a way to make the main menu larger? There's not a way to increase the scaling, and the text is hard to read what each button does. When you're talking about the main menu, are you talking about like the little flyout menu at the top left? Are you talking about like the login screen menu stuff? The flyout menu? Yeah. What I can say is, unfortunately, probably not until we do kind of the UI overhaul we need to do. There's a lot of UI work we need to do. Maybe. I mean, I've got a note about it. I'll ask about it and see. But in general, I think there's a lot of readability issues with our UI that bother me too. And it's not always just making things bigger. Because I also don't really like really big text. It's just like I can read my Twitch text perfectly fine right now. You put me in game, font of the same size, I have a hard time reading. Part of that is because of the pixel perfect issue we have with our UI that we need, is part of the reason why we need to do the fundamental kind of overhaul, because there's a little bit of this slight bit of innate fuzziness. But yeah, it's noted. It is noted. By the way, REI, thank you so much for the Prime. Danbin Boo, thank you as well for the Prime sub. Appreciate that. I want to say some thank yous for incredible amounts of follows here that I don't want to miss. Rindu, Legslat, Galadin, Jub's Cave of Instant Regret, RBGAB, Sineoin, Terrace, Sartomo, Pasquil, Brelic, Schneid, Dorian, Knolf, Moose Sticks, One Dan Kind, Mr. Sparkle, Ghost Lights, Vikanos, Crixon, Vinril, Last Health, Polis KPS, Kazu, DeChunk, 83, and Bulls of Steel. Thank you all so much for the follows. Thanks for being here and hanging out. Daz the Destroyer with the Prime sub. Thank you so much for that. Much appreciated. Moo Reaper, thank you for the raid. I may have thanked you already. If I haven't, thank you so much. If I have, thank you again. Are we looking for C# developers or keeping the team small? We need to grow. We absolutely need to grow. I would like to keep the team relatively tight. Like we don't need to, explode in size, but we need to grow. And yeah, programmers are a big part of what we need. But I am still waiting on kind of so I've explained this before. I've spent different points in time working on this project, being more and less involved in the business side of things. Just kind of that side of the house. I have found that when I am more involved in that side of the house, the quality and just the amount of time that I have to do game building related things is very affected. So a couple of years ago, kind of made a clean shift and said, like, if it's critical or if you value my opinion, I've got them. I also kick the door open anytime I have an opinion that I need to share and feel very strongly about. But for the most part, I stay focused over here. Nobody on this development team is unaware of our need to grow. But right now I'm waiting to hear, ultimately how we've done, how early access has gone so far from a revenue perspective. I'm not, sure how that measures up against the costs. Running live service, MMORPGs is not cheap. And so I'm just waiting to hear the shakeout of that. I am waiting to hear, hey, it's time to hire. And then it's like, it's go time. But I don't know when that will be yet. Nader's Love Child. I think that's a cool idea. That reminds me of like a Sherpa system in Tarkov or something like that, where you can, kind of you can. It's like you can, almost like you would apply to be this, and we would do kind of a light review, and it would be a way for you to become like a new player mentor or something like that. That would actually have like some VR, kind of nod of like, you're somebody that does a really good job of, interacting with people and helping them along. I think that'd be really cool. Druid did progress some today. Yes, Druid will continue to progress today. I'm doing kind of my work right now is a 50-50 split, just about between finishing remaining itemization and moving the Druid forward. I really would like to get the Druid ready for initial implementation by the end of this month, beginning of next. So I'm trying to get that done. I'd like to get all the classes except for Bard in. Well, yes, they're all in except for Druid right now, other than Bard. But get Druid to the point where I can fully kind of like delegate that over to Mark to kind of finish and flesh out. And that will be one less thing that will allow me even more time to start shifting over to the lore and the content side of things. No monk. Oh. The spear question, the spear and the shield question, I could get behind that. I think allowing them to wield short spears and bucklers would be pretty cool. I don't have an issue with that personally. Talking about for druid specifically. I mean, the spear, the I guess the only hesitation I have towards that, like I don't really have an issue with them being able to use bucklers. The spear one is, I mean, I guess the more I think about it, the more I kind of feel feel myself kind of realigning with my original stance on that, which is like I like druids. Even though druids are healers primarily, they like druids in my mind, at least the Pantheon druid, will tend to lean more towards like the arcane side of feel of like priest. And as such, I feel like the spear didn't really fit them as well. Whereas the scimitar, I feel like, is a really cool aspect of the druid, much like the sword is for the wizard. It's kind of a little tweak on the template with Pantheon. I mean, scimitar wielding druids were a thing in EQ too, but in EQ as well. So it's not a new thing, but I don't know. The spear one I'm a little bit slower on. Yes, druids will have ports. Yep. In fact, you know what? Hold on. Just hold on a second. Druid's done. That's funny. Wolfgar, that's twice today you are winning. That comment made me laugh. Any updates on PvP server? Will it be full loot or follow similar to Rallo Seek EQ1 server bags plus any item outside of weapon? Here's the current plan. If you're a PvP fan, take notes. Level restriction of 10 levels up and down. No safe zones. Full death penalty. Same death penalty as PvE death from a PvP kill. Corpses are lootable by other players. General inventory only, not worn equipment. And the only balancing that I intend to do is global scalars for player versus player damage and healing. Now, this is PvP server number 1. This is the Wild West server, guys. This is meant to be, like, we got a lot of things we're working on right now. I want to see the classic PvP community have a place in Pantheon. Just do. That's you got to give me that one. That's my background. That's my come from. I love it. I want there to be a place. This has nothing to do with the PvE servers. This is its own dedicated server. This is a Wild West server. Play at your own risk. Yes, it's intense. Yes, it's punishing. But that's the way it's going to be. Now, down the road, we will have additional PvP servers with different rule sets. I plan to have some PvP servers that are much more forgiving for people that enjoy PvP but don't want it to be so wild and cutthroat and horrifying. That'll be down the road, but for now it's going to be kind of a hardcore, lots of risk, bring friends, know what you're getting into. So that's the plan. You guys think 10 levels is too high? Tell me now. Okay, we'll change it to 5. Okay. Done. Now, as far as timeline for that, I don't I don't have one yet. Like I said before, I would love to see this sometime by the end of this month, beginning of next, in that time frame. I have not heard pushback on that yet, so I'm still hoping for that time frame. Once I know for sure, and as soon as I know for sure, we'll let you guys know. Try to give you plenty of advance warning. In fact, I would say it's probably worth it with something like this to plan a launch date for it with a certain amount of advance warning guaranteed. So once we like basically know that we can be ready to bring it up, and then give like a 2-week heads up. Say, okay, in 2 weeks it's coming out. And then that way, regardless of when it is, you guys will have plenty of time, because I know there's lots of organization that needs to happen, there's a lot of things that need to be coordinated for something like this, believe me, I know. So we'll get all that worked out. Okay. Wood Pipes, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Ghost Lights, thank you for the Prime sub as well. I really appreciate that, guys. EQ Monk Vishan, thank you so much for the raid. That name, my goodness, that name is very evocative. Like just that name. Like so many like images and thoughts and feelings run through my head. Wow. Crazy. Ader the Dirter, thank you for the follow. Sparta Kick, Rum Shaker, Heartache, Q Streaming, Isar, Criddle Craddle, Zell Waka Waka, CMDR Thread, and Krishams. Thank you all so much for the follows. Thank you for being here and hanging out. Will we get... Hey, Wood Pipes, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Woo! W Wood Pipes, thank you. Will we get experience for PvP kills if we're going to lose it? Absolutely. I'm working with doing some back and forth with Steve right now to see if we can get this the first pass of class ports, cleric or wizard and druid ports in. I had an epiphany when we were talking about it earlier that I think it's something that I could take off Kyle's plate and put on Steve, so we could maybe get it in a little sooner. Nader's Love Child, any thoughts on an experience debt style death punishment like City of Heroes? I like level loss. Yeah, Icarus. The night and day transitions right now. There's an issue that's causing it to be like super fast. We'll get that cleaned up eventually. Yeah. Let's see. Are there going to be factions based on reputations, races for PvP, or how's that going to work? Not with this first server. The first server will be a free-for-all. But down the road, we'll have various different rule sets for the PvP servers where we, do some team-based stuff, do some, probably like a permadeath or some other form of hardcore. We might even try like the whole, dare I say, extraction mechanic on one of the servers. All that stuff is bound up in our rule sets, so it's literally just having a server with a specific rule set attached to it, and then we can kind of govern the playstyle from there. No, friendly fire will be off for group members. Kick a leak. Let's do that right now. Let's do it right now. That sounds good. Let's actually get into context here. You think that works better for the current, like a newer audience? I mean, it's definitely less harsh. I know that. No, friendly fire will be off for groups. or guild. I mean, what do you guys think? Like, do you think friendly fire should be allowed for guilds? Yep. Wizard class. Rename portal spell to blink. Secondly, allow wizards to bind themselves and gate to their bind point. Portal spell is for group travel to portal stone. Kel Damage and Rigor Mortis, thank you both so much for the subs. Really appreciate the tier 1 sub, Kel Damage, and really appreciate the prime, Rigor Mortis. Thank you guys. The Ethos. You had a question earlier, Ethos. Do me a favor, check over the summoner class overall and just run the numbers and such. I did a lot of testing and it's got some major issue or some minor issues. Mana regen resting is slower. Spike Swarm DPS better than Brick Swarm. Mana to high. Mana is too high on Brick Swarm. Final is, could you please replace one of Titan's stun, give it more taunt control. More taunt control. I'm sorry. I keep thinking about the that cozy tavern chat idea, and it makes me happy. I just had to say that. I don't know. It just makes me feel really good thinking about that. I love, I mean, I gotta say, like, whether I'm reading, you know, Reddit or our, you know, Discord or, you know, checking in on various streamers, like, it's crazy to include Reddit in this statement, but, like, I'm seeing so many people talk about the community and the social aspect of the game, and it's just on point. Like, it's really on point, and it makes me really happy and excited for the future of this genre. Like, because I don't know. I mean, when it comes down to it, like, there's a lot we didn't know to expect. We didn't know was going to be the case. And so it's, I don't know, it's been really cool seeing that this kind of community and this kind of setting and this kind of game can exist and be so good, so wholesome, so... And I know it's early. I know there are going to be exceptions. Absolutely. But man, it's been really good. It's been really good. Let me also say this. For those of you that are concerned with the discussion about PvP, please hear me. A year and some change ago, we introduced a kind of a testing platform, which was a game loop that we called 247, because it was the first time that we were making the game available all the time, full uptime. And in that context, we created a game mode that was a session-based game mode where you queued up for a match. You could do it on a PvE or a PvP server, and it had its whole, if you're interested in what it was like and what it was about, there's plenty of information out there from people that were very excited about it, who just absolutely loved it and couldn't help but make, you know, YouTube videos. And I'm kidding, and I'm genuinely trying to be whimsical about it. I am in no way downplaying the fact that it was the opposite of what I'm saying. It was very much the opposite of what I'm saying. The reason I'm bringing it up is because part of the kind of the foundation that we did for that and building out like our server technology, our networking stuff, and laying the bedrock for things like, you know, some of the instancing that we want to do with, you know, certain raid encounters and like major boss encounters and various things, was also to lay the groundwork for PvP. We've done that already. Like, that's done. Also, a lot of the rule sets that we put in place to govern PvP and some of these other aspects were done at that time as well. So when I talk about PvP right now, I'm not talking about anything other than bringing up a server and flipping those switches, which have already been done. At any time PvP is mentioned, that there's concern, because there's the concern that it's like, you know, you guys don't need to put any time into that, any effort into that. And I agree. I 100% agree with that. We don't have time or resources to put into that right now, which is why, but we also have, I think, probably to the surprise of some, there's a relatively large population of players who are aching for a PvP experience like this in a classic setting, uncurated, where it's able to be in the same way that PvE players are resonating with Pantheon because of what it's doing for the classic PvE experience. There are a lot of people really yearning for that classic PvP experience as well. But that's kind of the point, is it's like no curation, no balancing efforts. You know, like, if you're going to play on the server, you're playing at your own risk, and you're accepting the reality that it's going to be a very raw experience, but at least it's going to be there for that population of players. It's not anything that's going to be, you know, taking up our development time. So I just want to make that really, really clear. And, you know, it's all going to be here in the open, so you guys you'll know that I'm being genuinely very honest when I say, like, that we're not going to be spending any development time on that other than just bringing it online. Pulling up a server. Redbeard says, I wanted to repost this message from before because we're being wholesome. We are being wholesome, aren't we? Yeah.
He gives it to us wriggling and raw. Precious. My precious.
I can do better than that. I'm not, it's not my, you know what I mean? Anyway, let me go back to Redbeard's, statement here. We were being wholesome until I went into Golem mode. I wanted to give a lot of props to the zone design of Silent Plains. I went there yesterday at level 15, dodging everything terrifying. Got to Sky Durban, and the experience of going up in Sky Durban was nothing short of epic. Nice. Being that high up was incredible. Perhaps more so, getting to jump off from that high and find the spot between very, very hard land and soft water was so much fun. Nice. I kept trying to climb to the top. Awesome, man. Thanks for sharing that. That's really cool. Can fire beetles light up their own name tag? Joskar, you're gonna mess around and like, you know what I mean? Bro, teacher, I 100% agree. I know what you meant. Yeah, I 100% agree. Yeah. You've got really good design sense. That's what I was going to say earlier, Joskar. Good stuff. Good guy, Roger. I'm going to make a note of that. I think that's an interesting idea we could explore potentially. Yeah. As long as that drop chance was like super low, I think that could be interesting. Yeah. Or some thought. Yeah. Oh yeah, he does. And it makes great sense because I mean ultimately the fire beetle eye is something we plan to have in the game as a light source that drops like a weak low level light source, but it would make sense that with the fire beetles carrying that item that it would. Yeah. Ton Comics says, our group has been having a blast. One way to kill the mood is the lack of group experience farming spots. We want to move out to some of the other areas at an earlier point. Any plans on adding lower level camps in EP in other areas than Throwfast AVP? Yes. Oh yeah. Yeah, all those areas will continue to grow and expand. And we'll, be layering in new group there's a couple places in Eastern Plains. There's two places I'm thinking of specifically that are meant to be larger POI like group kind of areas. One of them is relatively finished but hasn't been populated yet. The other one is being built as we speak. It's the only other POI in the two zones that we didn't get in time for EA, but it's a pretty important one for Eastern Plains, and it's going to add a whole new place to go to an adventure. The other one is, many of you have been to the area in Eastern Plains where you start to go down towards like the waterfront, and there's some of those like odd looking structures and the visages carved into the walls and stuff. That area is also pending. But then in the larger aspect of Eastern Plains and kind of more the general population, then yeah, there's some additional patches there as well. Will moss snakes kick? Maybe. So Rogue Stealth got fixed, it got adjusted, but I'm still hearing from several that it's I don't know, that it seems like it's still not working super well. Can anyone is anyone able to give like a de facto answer on that? There you go. But when you say walk by one, like, what do you mean? Because you're not meant to be able to. And again, like, keep in mind, like, concealment gear, concealment buffs, like, that stuff has to be part of the equation. Baseline, without any concealment, I don't know. It felt, when we were testing it and working through it, it felt pretty good. So are we talking about literally being able to like walk right in front of the nose of an NPC? What are we talking about? Okay. If we're talking about smell, so the only like outlier here that I would agree with is that smell is still kind of one of those things that whatever the smell radius is, as of right now, stealth still does not reduce the smell, like the smell radius, which it should, at least a little bit. I don't want to look at that real quick. Hold on. Yeah. Yeah, lack of indicator is a big part of it too. Yeah. Sand Angels, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the 5 months of support. Thank you. Truly. Really appreciate that. Spoon 3081, Con Comics, thank you as well for the Prime subs. Thank you. We are updating to Unity 6, yeah. Sometime this year. Let me see. Oh. I forgot that we have the state. Because I don't know about you guys, but in my mind, your stealth should be more effective when you're behind something. When you're sneaking behind something. So what I'm getting at is, if stealth completely masks your scent as a baseline, then it becomes closer to kind of how I like it, how I think it's been done the best, which is you're dealing more with sight-related detection. So if you're able to go behind something, you have pretty clear range to just like sneak and stealth behind it, and you're fine. If you can, that's what leads to like the synergy with like a distraction ability where you can change the way something's facing specifically so you can get past it. Yeah, we can take it into a cave. Hello? So this gives you guys insight into like the whole balancing of light sources right now, because making the Fury an effective light source is great, makes a lot of sense. I think it adds value to this class and this pet. But then it's always got to be weighed against how many light sources are in play. And you can make something look really good for a single light source like this, but then you get a few others and it's like you're on the surface of the sun. I think that's pretty solid. I mean, that'd be a really cool utility aspect of the summoner for sure, is to be able to, like, with a pet, provide a lot of the light source needed. I think that's cool. Yeah, I dig it. I dig it. Crit, hey, thank you, man. Thank you for the tier 1 and the 6 months of support. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate that. I think we're gonna give that a try with stealth. I think we're gonna give that a try. And see how, with the changes made recently and then with the scent masking, I want to see how that feels. Oh, wait. So give us a chance to see if that stance is actually, or state is actually working as well. Boopy Bay, Silent Jake, Rogue Jan, the Snake Eyes, Leor Eyes, Boogie Rooster, Murphy, Garazzombie, the Swolton, DK Romo, Gus Bars, and Christian Bishop. Thank you all for the follows. Appreciate you being here. What are my thoughts on having resistance checks, having dots with resistance checks per tick? I think it can go both ways. I can see an argument for it being both ways. And it's all about things like whether like ways of making hit gear matter more or less. And some would say, hey, if I get past that initial resistance check, you know, the every tick should kind of be counted in that. I don't know. What's the plan for Invis? Is it just supposed to be pretty worthless by itself? It's not. It's not supposed to be worthless. I think it's suffering right now from the same interplay between the three different senses and some of what we're trying to kind of get to the heart of with stealth. I think invisibility is kind of it's in a weird state right now because much like Feign Death and some other class abilities, we've never quite fully gotten them dialed in just right, including things like the chance for it to fade early and kind of had that random chance to fade early that you're not sure about, which adds to the risk of using it. And because that wasn't working super well, we just kind of nerfed it. So, yeah, Crit, we plan to have something like Distract that the Rogues had on WoW, except our plan was to give it to Rangers. Rangers have their alarm shot, basically, where they can click a place on the ground where they want to fire an arrow, and that arrow emits like a sound, and it causes NPCs to turn and look and even move to that in that direction a little bit, or investigate that area. And that to synergize really well with the rogue. By the way, Jadion, I liked your idea earlier of the Fury Pet, the Fire Pet being an acclamation source. But I want to think about a way for them to kind of grow into that and not just have it be a baseline thing. I do like that idea. Yeah, very much like a mastery, a potential mastery idea. Man, the master. I'm excited about mastery. Gonna be cool. ETA on masteries. So don't expect masteries until all classes are in the game and they are fully kitted out up to whatever the max level is at that point, either 40 or if we've extended it to 50 by that time. Everything needs to be in place. All the pieces need to be out on the table before we can really see clearly where the where best the mastery points need to go. It won't be last. It definitely won't be last, but it's going to be like I would say if I had to put any kind of time frame on mastery, I would say, you know, sometime probably Q3, Q4 of this year. Like, because I know we're going to be getting Druid up soon. I'd like to have Bard playable, you know. sometime before that time frame. So I could see us starting to layer masteries back in towards the in the latter half of this year. Maybe, Chewy. I don't think that's out of the question. It's just going to come down to the audio side of things. Neo Twitch, I am, yes. I am the creative director and the lead designer. Any work on the golems at the bottom of HC going immune? I thought we had fixed that. Yeah. Wait. That's... Hold on. Boss immunity. Oh, yeah. Okay. We need to take boss immunity out there and switch them over to their just relying on their traits. They need to have a like a crystal shell kind of innately makes them immune to certain things. But when you say immune, do you mean like immune to damage? Like immune to everything? Ah, okay. I thought we had fixed that. Okay. Let me... Yeah, I'll have to look into that a little deeper. Nothing's standing out immediately. Yeah. Yeah, we'll be continually filling out the class abilities up to max. Probably not Skiach. At least not the plan at the moment. You're talking about like the little the disembodied animations that they had, I think. Aren't you going to have to rebalance the entire game since we're testing and balancing now without mastery? No, in fact, the reason that we're doing it this way is so we don't have to do that. So that we can build mastery out with the balance that we have in mind right now. The problem with doing mastery first, we were doing before we had a balance baseline, is that when you balance with mastery, you end up balancing, like, if you're trying to balance with mastery in play, then you end up balancing for a much higher power threshold than you do otherwise. Like, mastery is meant to be something that sits on top of and grows with your character and ultimately pushes your character further, like above, beyond, because it's designed to be kind of a slow progression. Like you will have much more mastery left to go once you reach max level. So what we're doing now is getting the baseline of the game to feel good, and then that helps us define like where are the places where mastery can fit and keep it relatively within that balanced paradigm that we've built. Mm-hmm. Dire Lords will not have a pet. They're not Shadow Knights. They're blood. They're blood knights. That's kind of a. It's not really capturing it either. They're. They're not like necrotic. They're not necro themed. They don't have skelly pets. They're not. They're more like blood mages from like a mixture of like a blood mage and like a blood knight. Yeah. Alteress, what's up, buddy? Good to see you, man. Good to see you, my friend. So they're not like, it's not like an unholy knight theme. That's not the theme for them. It's not like holy unholy is not really in the. So quick very quick Dire Lord lore. There is something called the Dire, and there are certain races that have a natural protection, like a natural resistance that keeps them from being affected by the call of the Dire. Think of the Dire and the call of the Dire as this unavoidable what's the word? Irresistible happening. Where, and it can happen at any time. It can happen to anyone. That's why you see things like halfling dire lords and races where you think, why a halfling? Well, because that's what it is. It can kind of call you and take you from wherever you are, unless you're a race that has this natural resistance to it, which the denizens of Terminus don't understand what that is. There's not really, in fact, that's part of why dire lords are so feared, because they're kind of like boogeymen in a way. It's almost like this. It's like nobody really knows what's going on, and everyone you meet knows someone or knows someone who knows someone who has had someone in their life, someone they know, that they're just gone. Like they've been called by this thing. And so there's this fear and there's this sense of like a deep unsettledness with like you don't really feel safe. And also the dire turns you into this just a very dark being, because you're infiltrated, and your wants, your will, your desire, like these things kind of get caught up into this dire. Now, we as developers, like, we know the source of the dire, we know what it is, we know where it's coming from, we know. But for the players, for you guys, and for the lore and the in-game lore, that there's so much mystery and myth and legend and all these things surrounded by it. Like Darth Vader, if he was a vampire. I mean, you know what I mean? So, anyway, it's not a Shadow Knight. It's like this ancient power that is obviously very blood themed. If you've think blood bending in a way, if you're an Avatar fan, but it's all flowing from this kind of like source that is shrouded in mystery and all that. But I like the ethos, and I like the myth surrounding the Dire Lord, because it's very. When I was talking about to JN about it initially, and we were kind of working through some of the early lore and context and the whole thing, I mean, I was kind of embracing the fact that I didn't really have words exactly for it, but I kept driving home, like, I just want it to be very unsettling. Like, I want it to be very unnerving and difficult to explain, and I want it to have a lot of loose ends and a lot of unknowable things from the perspective of the denizens of Terminus, and like the like, how would you define a Dire Lord? That should be difficult for even people in this world to do, other than what they've seen Dire Lords do, which is wield terror, and seem to be able to control blood and use it for their offensively, use it defensively, move it around, see it actually visibly take shape, and just other things that. But there's no real explanation. There's no source. There's no, like, how do we put an end to this? You don't even know where to start. So I'm excited to get more of that kind of stuff, obviously, into the game, where you guys, when you make a Dire Lords, or when you come in contact with Dire Lord NPCs or whatever, where you start getting this kind of like, you start picking up some of this intrigue. Yeah, nice and simple explanation. Yeah, exactly. I don't know if we'll ever go fully into like blood, like seeing blood and like blood splatters and all that stuff. I don't know what that does to our rating. That's kind of why we've tried to walk that line a little bit, because we'd like to. We're not trying to lean into like an M rating, and I'm not sure how finicky that is. Like, I just don't really know it well enough. So, I mean, I wouldn't mind it, but I don't know. Cartoon blood. Yeah. Lots of discussion regarding weapon swapping with a cooldown. Any opinion on it? No decapitations. Yeah. Yeah, I think we can keep a T rating with decapitations, don't you guys think? As long as they're tasteful. Tasteful decapitations. Was I ever in a band? No. But I have in an earlier life, in an earlier me, I did a lot of writing music and performing music and stuff like that. Tasteful Decapitations. That's a sick band name. Wait, I missed a question. This is a good question. Oh yeah, weapon swapping. I didn't miss it. I just started answering it and then stopped. Weapon swapping. And guys, I'm probably going a good long while. I'm probably going to wrap it up after this and get a little bite to eat and then keep humming away. But the weapon swapping question is that one's tough because we've considered it. We've even kind of thought through potential avenues to doing it, but you have to consider the fact that if you're going to switch weapons in combat, you've also got to think about techniques and what techniques are available to you. You've got to think about then, therefore, if you're switching weapons and switching techniques, do you end up in a situation where you're having to kind of create this like dance of like going back and forth? And our desire to control like how many techniques you're able to utilize at any given time and kind of keep that a little bit constrained is why we've held off from doing it, because we don't necessarily want people to switch back and forth too much. And yes, so that's the avenue that we've considered, is if we set it up in a way where you could create kind of like a loadout where, you know, you almost, I mean, PoE 2 is one example, but some kind of a loadout situation where swapping weapons also swap loadouts, but it gets complicated. And again, I want to avoid getting into a situation where there's too much like switching around. Not because, hey, I just feel like using an axe, or I just looted an upgrade and now I'm in combat and I can't upgrade my weapon because I can't. Like, that's one thing. But when it's like hopping back and forth, loadouts and techniques, and kind of like, I just don't want to see a lot of that going on. Not because I have an issue with it, but because I feel like it can lead to a type of stance dancing almost that people will feel like they have to do to maximize their output. Does that make sense? Like if you're not switching weapons in combat so you can use these different techniques and whatever, then you're going to be being seen as like not playing to your full potential. And that starts pushing the game into like, we're already a little bit higher APM, and I think we're in a reasonable place. I don't really want to push it further like that. So that's kind of where we're at with it. I understand the desire to want to switch weapons, but because of the way combat's designed, it's just more. There's more to it than that. So it's not that we're not done talking about it. You know, it's still a conversation. But APM is like actions per minute, like how many buttons you're pressing in combat, how often you're needing to like do something. And I'm wary about making sure that like I'm happy that there's more to do in combat in Pantheon than like in EverQuest, for example. But I'm also very keen on us not going past a certain point. Just let me play. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's a little much. That's a little much. Big Dirty Dad, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Really appreciate that. Spartakix says, love what you guys have done so far and really appreciate the level of thought you're putting in everything. Thank you. Well, thank you. I mean, seriously, thank you guys. Like, these discussions are huge. Like, they really are. Like, this is really good stuff. Like, this to me, when we think about open development, like, this comes the closest to what that should be, in my opinion. Like, literally talking about the game. You guys are playing the game. We're making the game, and we're having these kinds of discussions. Like, it's obvious, and you know that like that's a good thing. But it's like, this is good. This is good stuff. So thank you guys. Rite of Passage allows a melee class to carry a third weapon. Hey, I'm the CPT now. Thank you. Yeah, the channel growth has been so cool. It's been wild. Yeah, I'm very, very thankful for it. How about if you swap weapons mid-combat, you lose techniques for the remainder of the fight? We'll see. Hey, what's up, Mr. Zeke? Good to see you, man. Going well. I'm actually getting close to wrapping up here too. We've been going a good long while. Good long while. Hey, is that Convo? I don't know if Convor is Convo, but thank you all the same. Yeah, thank you for all you do and how you do it. You don't know it, but I've been a student of yours in my own game dev learning journey. Oh, cool, man. I mean, anything helpful that you've been able to glean is really cool. The only reason I'm able to do what I do with this stuff is because I learned from other people. I mean, 100%. So yeah, really happy to hear that, man. It is. Well. We need to connect soon, man. I'm talking to Convo RR, by the way, who, for those of you who don't know, is one of our actual designers on the team. We've and a good friend of mine. What type of damage will druids be doing? They will be doing a combination of nature damage and shock damage and fire damage. Zagaroth says, I've been playing MMO since 2003. I played the OG EQ, EQ2, WoW, Neverwinter, New World, and tons of others, but for the last 5 years or so, I have not found something that really grabbed my interest until this game. Thank you for making it and keep up the great work. Dude, Zagaroth, I mean, that's what we want to hear, man. That's what all of us want to hear. Thank you for sharing that message. OG Gamer Boy, Balance 1 HP, and Oglethorpe Gentleman. Thank you for the follows. Druids are going to have some transformations, yes. They are going to have a tree form, a wolf form, most likely an aquatic type form. And these are not meant to be like combat forms. You're not going to be like healing or casting or doing anything like that. They're meant more for specific functions. So wolf form, for example, being like a travel type form, tree form being more of like a regeneration type form, obviously aquatic form being related to swimming and other aquatic activities. Yeah. But you're not meant to live in those forms. That's one thing I didn't like about the druid in WoW was I didn't like feeling like I was always going to be a cat and always going to be a bear or something like that. I like the idea more of taking on a form for a specific function for a period of time, and then you're back to being yourself. Bridge form, turning yourself into a bridge. I'm kidding. But yeah, like a form that is related to climbing. Probably maybe a form that might be somewhat related to gliding in the future as gliding becomes more commonplace as the game ages. We do plan to have gliding. We do not plan to have flying mounts ever, as long as I'm here. Yeah, like a flying squirrel. Oh wow, yeah. Oh, that's funny. OG Gamer Boy just wanted to pop in and say good job so far on Wish VR and you all the best with this game and where you all head with it. Think you nailed it between EQ and WoW Classic. Congrats. Thank you so much, man. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Guys, I'm going to call it there. I am going to get this committed and then get back onto focusing in on this itemization stuff after I get a little bite to eat. What an awesome stream, guys. Thank you so much. Thanks for being here. Thanks for all the discussion. Man, had some good discussion today. It was worth losing all these pins to get some of this down. But seriously, this is great stuff. We talked about lots of bugs, lots of things that are really going to be good to get in sooner than later. Talked about a few new ideas I think will enrich the social aspect of this game. Man, I'm telling you what, the Tavern Talk stuff has got me like, I don't know. It just feels right. Feels good. But I want to thank you again for being here, guys. Thanks for spending the time, having the discussions. I am going to look for someone to raid.